Everyone may be seated. Good morning. We are ready to proceed. And ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Let's go.
Yes. Good morning, Dr. Edens. Would you state your name for the jury, please?
Sure. John Edens, Johnedens.
And at the witness stand, I believe there's a document that's marked Defendant's Exhibit 52. Can you identify that, please?
Yes, that's my curriculum vitae.
Your Honor, that was previously admitted for the record. It's moved now to have admitted for all purposes.
Any objection?
No objection, John.
That's defense exhibit, let's see.
52?
Defendant's exhibit 52.
And Dr. Edens, what is your profession?
I'm a psychologist and a university professor.
Do you teach currently?
Yes, I'm a professor at Texas A&M University.
And can you tell me your educational background?
Sure. I completed an undergraduate degree in 1989 at West Virginia State College, which is now called West Virginia State University. And I completed a master's degree at Marshall University in 1991 in clinical psychology. And then I went on to complete a PhD at Texas A&M, where I'm now currently employed, in 1996. And after complete, that was also in clinical psychology. And then I completed a 2-year postdoctoral fellowship specializing specifically in forensic psychology at the University of South Florida.
And what professional accreditations, licenses, or certificates have you been granted?
I was licensed to practice psychology in the state of Texas for about 20 years. I retired that license 8 or 9 years ago due to not actively having a practice in terms of doing psychological evaluations or providing treatment services. Outside of the work I do through our university clinic, where faculty there have an exemption in terms of state licensing requirements because we're not practicing outside of the university setting. And my primary work has been, over that time, the training of doctoral students in relation to preparing them for careers to practice psychology or go into academia, as well as to conduct research on topics relevant to forensic psychology, mental health issues, and the law, things of that nature.
So tell me a little bit more about your research and teaching fields.
Sure. So my background is in clinical psychology broadly, which is the study of mental and emotional disturbances and problematic behavior, and the treatment and assessment of those sorts of conditions. And then my further specialization is in the world of forensic applications of that in regards to, usually involving individuals who are involved in the criminal justice system or maybe involved in civil litigation where mental health issues come into play, such as child custody evaluations or things of that nature. So most of the work that I have done over the years in terms of my research has investigated issues such as trying to identify risk factors for violence in the future as one of the main areas that I've looked at in relation to various types of risk factors that might be relevant to that. Related to that, I've also done research looking at the field's ability to identify potentially dangerous individuals and make accurate predictions about who will or won't be violent in the future. Those are two of the areas that I've done work in quite a bit over the years.
Okay, and we'll come back to that, but before that, can you tell me if you received a distinction from the American Psychology Law Society?
Yeah, well, I am a fellow of a couple of the main psychological associations that are out there, which means I'm really old. Essentially, I've been around a long time. And those are a fellow status as opposed to just being a member is essentially one of those things that's tied to making distinguished contributions to your field things of that nature. So it's a recognition of your kind of career accomplishments.
And did you receive an award from the American Psychological Foundation Society of Clinical Psychology?
Yes, I received an award from them in regards to my research on personality assessment and personality disorders. That was another kind of career award for outstanding contributions to research investigating those issues.
So there was a lot there, but your areas of expertise, do they include forensic and correctional psychology? You talked about personality disorders, and does that include studies of psychological assessments as well?
Yes.
Okay. And you talk about completing research in those fields. Does that include like receiving and completing research grants, that sort of thing?
Yes.
And what about being published in those fields?
Yes, I've published over 200 research articles in scientific outlets over the years, most of which are related to forensic and correctional psychology. Not all of that is related to things like violence risk or personality disorders, but that's a large part of it.
Okay. And did you ever serve as like the editor or on the editorial board of publications in those fields?
Yes, so I've been an associate editor of a couple of the main scientific outlets where people publish research in the forensic mental health field and the just broader psychological assessment field. Journals such as the Journal of Psychological Assessment, the Journal of Personality Assessment. I've been an associate editor there where I'm responsible for evaluating scientific research that gets submitted in relation to its methodological merits and whether or not it should be published. And that process involves seeking out, importantly, peer reviewers to evaluate the research that's been done to offer their independent opinions about whether or not the research is sort of scientifically valid and worthy of being published. And then for other journals where I'm not an associate editor, I frequently serve as a peer reviewer of other research along those same lines. So I'm pretty heavily involved in evaluating scientific studies looking at forensic and correctional issues.
And are you the lead author of the Personality Assessment Inventory Interpretive Report for Correctional Settings?
Yes.
And can you describe what that instrument is?
Sure. So the Personality Assessment Inventory is a very widely used personality test that was created by Dr. Leslie Morey. And that test is used all around the world. It's been translated into many different languages for general psychological assessments and evaluations. My involvement with it, aside from publishing a lot of research on that particular instrument, is that I was approached by the test publisher to create an interpretive report that is specifically for inmates going into prison settings to evaluate their psychological risks and needs. Because the PAI does not, itself does not have an interpretive report specific to that sort of setting. So I worked with them to collect a lot of data on it, specifically from prisoners, and created the sort of interpretive logic that talks about the psychological functioning, essentially, of individuals who are being administered it when they are transitioning into a prison setting.
Do you know whether that instrument is actually used by the Texas Department of Corrections?
I know that the Personality Assessment Inventory has been used at various points in different facilities. Whether or not they're specifically using my corrections report, the interpretive report, I'm not aware of. I'm not involved in the keeping track of who the test marketing company is, selling to, things like that. But I do know it is being used in various prison systems around the country. I don't know specifically if Texas is routinely using the interpretive report that I created in relation to evaluating people.
And so are you familiar with Special Issue number 1 in Texas Capital Crimes?
Yes.
In this case, did you examine Tanner Horner?
I did not.
And are you going to express an opinion as to the likelihood of him committing criminal acts of violence in the society that is TDCJ?
I'm not.
But based upon your expertise in forensic and correctional psychology, personality disorders, and psychological assessments, and your research in those fields, do you have opinions about the likelihood of violent behavior among inmates in general, and what information, factors, what type of assessments would be useful in determining the likelihood of
Yes.
violence among inmates?
Sorry, I didn't let you finish it.
It was a long question. So, would you, given a lot of long questions and answers so far, but kind of break this down for me? We're talking about personality disorders, personality pathology, that kind of thing. What are we talking about?
Right, so the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, which I'll refer to as just the DSM-5, includes in it a section of mental health issues called personality disorders. And that's something I've done lots of research on over the years of my career. And a personality disorder in the broadest sense is a long-standing pattern of pervasive impairment or distress that people experience that is tied to essentially various personality features that they exhibit that can cause problems or conflicts in their lives. The DSM includes numerous specific types of personality disorders, but the general definition of a personality disorder is that it's a long-standing set of problems related to personality traits that people have that can cause them conflicts with other people or cause themselves to experience distress, and that those are patterns that are generally somewhat stable over time and usually first start to appear in late adolescence or early early adulthood, not early childhood. And that is in contrast to some extent to most other psychiatric disorders, which tend to wax and wane in terms of the severity of the symptoms that people may experience. Personality disorders are ones that are generally, relatively stable, although they oftentimes do decrease with age in terms of their severity. And yeah, that's one of the areas I've done lots of research in.
Okay, first of all, back up and tell me what the DSM-5 is. In layman's terms, what do we use?
Yes, so the DSM-5 is the manual of diagnostic information produced by the American Psychiatric Association. And it's DSM-5 because it's the fifth iteration of it. There was DSM-1 through 4, and this is the most recent evolution of it in terms of the psychiatric community putting out essentially a diagnostic manual that clinicians rely on to try to make diagnosis about the different types of mental health problems that people can experience.
So if you are in the field of mental health and you're making a diagnosis or doing research or anything like that, is this the manual you would look to, or are there other options in the United States?
There is the International Classification of Diseases, which insurance companies sometimes rely on for, and that's much broader than mental health issues specifically. But the categories in that are pretty much similar to the DSM as it relates to mental health problems. So there's a personality disorder section within the ICD, but they're largely interchangeable. And in the US, in like legal arenas and things like that, when you see somebody talking about a mental health diagnosis of some sort, typically they're referring to a DSM-5 diagnosis.
Now, in those DSM-5 diagnoses, and forgive me, I'm not a psychologist, but we hear about things like developmental disorders, mood disorders, things like that. Can you talk a little bit about how that's differentiated from a personality disorder and that sort of thing? What are we looking for there?
Sure. So as I was saying before, that many of the disorders in the DSM wax and wane in terms of the severity of the symptoms, or whether or not somebody even meets the diagnostic criteria. So for mood disorders, Many mood disorders are ones that somebody can exhibit for months, such as major depression, and then may basically return to a normal sort of baseline functioning. There may be cyclical episodes where they experience extreme depression again. Bipolar disorder, which we used to refer to as manic depression, is another one where there are cyclical periods both of severe depression, essentially, and extreme sort of manic types of symptoms, but there are also periods of time during that where individuals aren't necessarily having symptoms. And the difference there is that you don't have necessarily a specific point in time when you expect to see those symptoms first start, whereas with personality disorders, again, the expectation is that there should be signs of it in late adolescence or at latest sort of early adulthood. And again, those characteristics of one's personality generally don't wax and wane as much. Although if you do look at long-term, as I was saying, the diagnostic stability, even of these quote-unquote personality disorders, sometimes are relatively unstable. And part of that is probably the unreliability of psychiatric diagnoses, which is one of the reasons why we're at DSM-5, is because the history of psychiatric diagnoses in terms of the stability of two different examiners coming to the same diagnostic conclusion has been relatively poor. And so over the years, there have been numerous attempts to make psychiatric diagnoses more consistently diagnosed across experts in criminal justice settings, but just in general mental health practice as well. So even though personality disorders are generally construed as being relatively stable, they are subject to change, and somebody might be diagnosed at one point with that personality disorder, and later on, especially if evaluated by somebody else, might not reach that same diagnostic conclusion.
And you talked about differentiating personality and mood disorders. What about developmental disorders?
Developmental disorders typically are ones where you're seeing them first appear at some point during childhood. The symptoms relevant to those types of diagnoses are generally different from the sort of symptoms that you see in personality disorders. And you wouldn't diagnose a personality disorder in a child, for example, because we know that childhood personality traits are relatively unstable. Whereas developmental disorders generally oftentimes appear very early in childhood, and the symptoms that you see do tend to be stable over time. Once that person reaches adulthood, who has a developmental disorder, there could be a diagnosis of a personality disorder potentially as well, but you don't make those sorts of diagnoses before somebody's approaching adulthood.
Okay, and so you talked about psychological assessments. What are we talking about there?
So psychological assessment is a very broad term involving using any sort of information to make either a diagnosis of somebody's functioning, or in some instances, like in relation to the special issue, psychological evaluations, mental health evaluations can be used to try to make a prediction about somebody's future behavior. So it's a very broad term, and there are lots of different methods by which somebody might conduct an evaluation along those lines. The risk assessment field, or the violence risk assessment field, does incorporate various types of information that would go into an attempt to predict what somebody's going to do in the future. So that is an area within sort of the broader field of mental health or psychological assessment.
And just to clarify, when we're talking about the developmental, I think you're kind of separating that and saying you use one type of assessment in children when you're looking at developmental disorders, but these personality assessments would be later on in life and different sort of criteria.
Yes, well, no, I was saying the symptoms of those different disorders could be, are generally different from each other. And the time period in which you would potentially diagnose those things is generally very different. Again, you wouldn't try to diagnose a personality disorder in, say, a 12-year-old or something like that. But developmental disorders such as autism or attention deficit disorder are things that you would expect to be seeing evidence of in early childhood.
Okay, and you mentioned about trying to use psychological assessments, maybe personality disorder diagnoses to predict behavior of inmates.
Yes, that's something that's been investigated by people in the field and in my research lab as well.
And specifically, have those been used to try to render expert opinions on whether someone would constitute a continuing threat to society?
Yes, if you look at the history of expert testimony in trials such as this, experts offering opinions about personality disorders, generally speaking, as well as specifically antisocial personality disorder, which is one of the disorders under that broader category of personality disorders. That sort of information has been introduced in quite a number of cases over the years to support the argument that somebody is a future danger.
And you said you conducted research and studies to determine the scientific reliability and validity of this kind of psychological testing among the inmate population?
Right. Well, the diagnosis of antisocial personality disorder in particular is something that I've looked at with collaborators that I've published research with over the years. Yeah, we have published research looking at the issue of does having a diagnosis of antisocial personality disorder predict in any meaningful way the future behavior and adjustment of individuals who are actually incarcerated. We published a study in 2015 looking at that particular question of that diagnosis and its relevance to future acts of aggression in prison, and had about 350 individuals, about 300 of whom were men, across 4 different prison systems, and then looked at their institutional adjustment, which we collected the information from the prison system itself. All prison systems in the U.S. keep track of disciplinary infraction information, and we were able to obtain that over the course of these individuals' first year in prison. So then we were able to see if there is any relationship between having that diagnosis or having specific symptoms of that diagnosis and the likelihood that inmates would get written up essentially for just general bad behavior, but also violent acts in particular. And the short version of that, the findings of that study was that those diagnoses were irrelevant to trying to figure out who would engage in misconduct in those prisons over that time period.
And when you say irrelevant, do you have like the actual number? You said there were 350 inmates, and this was prisons in Texas or across the U.S., or what were we looking at?
These were, we actually collected data for this project in Texas, but not in the prison system specifically. It was actually at a safe P, which was on the grounds of a prison, but is a treatment facility. So that particular sample that was from Texas was not part of this, because these were all individuals, specifically, new admits into prison facilities, and I'm blanking on the 4 specific prisons in terms of which ones they were. Yeah, so there was a base rate of misconduct, and we were attempting to look at, well, can knowing that somebody has this diagnosis help you forecast basically the likelihood that this person is more or less likely to get written up for some sort of aggressive conduct or just any kind of misconduct at all. And we found essentially that there was no relationship. So knowing that somebody was or was not diagnosable as having antisocial personality disorder in that study was irrelevant to trying to figure out who over that first year would engage in any kind of misconduct.
And also, were you involved in a large peer-reviewed study that looked at cases where the prosecution experts had actually testified that the defendant was likely to engage in criminal acts of violence in the Texas prison system?
Yes, so this is a totally different study that I was involved with several years ago. And as I said earlier when I was describing, I guess, my interests, in addition to looking at like risk factors for violence, one of the other areas I'm very interested in is clinicians, mental health professionals' ability to make those types of claims or forecasts or predictions as to whether somebody will or won't engage in violent behavior in the future. And I got involved in a project where that was exactly what was being investigated. There was a sample of 155 cases that we were able to identify where someone facing capital murder proceedings was in their trial had an expert witness testify to the special issue that somebody was a continuing threat to society. And this information came from published court cases, trying to find the sample of cases. The Texas courts publish some of those cases so you can locate them that way. Not myself personally, but other people involved in the project were involved in trying to track down cases by contacting district attorney offices around the state to identify cases where this type of testimony was being offered. And so we ultimately found 155 of these where, again, there was an expert who went into court and said this person meets that special issue and is a future danger to society, that there is a probability that they will engage in a criminal act of violence. And then what we did as part of that study was then to follow up over the time period of these individuals when they were incarcerated, what actually happened with them in terms of their behavior. And these were all individuals, I should have pointed out, were ones that the defendant in the case did get a death sentence. So these are not ones where the result of the case was that somebody got life without parole. So these were all cases where somebody was initially put on death row. And we got information about their functioning in prison from the prison systems, again, getting disciplinary information about their just general conduct as well as their potential for or their actual violent acts while in the prison system. And we also collected information from the Special Prosecution Unit, contacted them about additional information. The Special Prosecution Unit is responsible, historically at least, has been for investigating crimes within the prison itself and potentially pursuing charges against individuals. So we got information from both of those sources of information. And then looked at, of these 155 predictions, 155 claims that somebody was a future danger, looked at what these individuals actually do over the course of their time in prison.
And when you're looking in that study, when first of all, I guess, who was responsible for that study? You said you worked on that study, but who was in charge of that?
The journal article that was published in a peer review outlet, I was the first author on that. I was not, I was involved primarily in terms of statistical analyses and doing and the write-up of that. The Texas Defender Service is the agency that initially started that project. And I became aware of it. I don't really remember how exactly. I believe I met some of them at a conference or something like that. But I became aware that this was something going on that was very of interest to me. Can people actually go into court who make this claim? What happens in terms of the behavior of the people who were described as being a future danger? So, and they needed help doing statistical analyses and analyzing the data. And so we worked on that together. So I'm the first author of the published article that came out of that. The Texas Defender Service is the agency that initiated the project.
What does that mean to be the first author?
When in scientific publications, it basically, authorship order is supposedly driven usually by the first author is the person who did the most work to get the research published. And then the second author did the second most amount of work, and so on and so on. So, it's basically an indication of like how much you contributed to the project.
Now, one thing I'm curious about there is you said you're familiar with Resolution Number 1, which talks about criminal acts of violence that leads it to the jury to define what that means. What criteria were you looking at in that study?
So in terms of the outcomes that we looked at, we got, again, all of the disciplinary records, and then we were able to classify those into differing levels of severity in regards to how problematic the future behavior was that people engaged in, if they engaged in any misconduct at all. And 20% of those 155 people had no disciplinary misconduct write-ups at all. So there was nothing in those cases. But then we looked at, generally, did somebody get written up for any sort of infraction? And then we looked at increasingly severe forms of things that would be of relevance to considering what, again, how quote unquote dangerous might somebody be. So we looked at things like making verbal threats towards other inmates or staff. That's a disciplinary write-up you can get in prison. The disciplinary code books for prisons all share a general similarity kind of around the country. And there are different categories of behavior that are sanctionable if you break the rules. And some of those are non-violent things such as having contraband in your cell or things of that nature. And then some of the things you can get written up for obviously have the potential to be a violent sort of circumstance. So making a threat to somebody potentially could lead to violence. And then we had another category where we're actually looking at specifically violence that the prison system would classify as severe or significant. And the prison system's kind of definition of a significant or severe sort of violent act is one that would require more than first aid. So, for example, if you needed to get stitches after an altercation, that would be something beyond, that would be a severe sort of category of potential violence. And then obviously as well, we looked at were there any murders that were committed by these individuals, in part because historically there have been experts who have not only said that somebody is a danger in the future, but made predictions along the lines that, that somebody will kill again in the future if not put to death. So obviously murder is something that would be of relevance as well. And as you might guess, if for each of those things that I was talking about in terms of outcomes, the more extreme the outcome, the less commonly it occurred among those 155 people. Threats were something that were somewhat prevalent over the disciplinary histories of these individuals. When you looked at that more severe category of violence requiring something more than first aid as an outcome, what we found was over about a 10-year follow-up period for these individuals, that 8 out of the 155 had engaged in that type of violent act in prison. So about 5% of those 155 people. And there were no murders in the follow-up during that time period.
So 100% of those individuals had an expert testify that they would be a future danger, and 5% of them had any violence that required more than first aid.
Yes.
When you started talking about infractions, what type of things are we talking about with just an infraction under the general prison rules?
Yeah, so again, the inmates get, when they go into prison systems, lots of information about how you're supposed to behave, and in particular, what things you cannot do and if you do those things, then you will get written up for them, and you may have things happen like, in extreme forms, you may be charged with a new crime. Less extreme, you may be put in segregation. You may have your housing classification modified to where you have to go into a more severe kind of restrictive environment. So the disciplinary infractions basically reflect, it's probably not technically right to call them the laws within the prison system, but the things that you will get punished for if you engage in those types of behaviors. And they range, again, from things that I don't believe anybody would consider violent potential necessarily, such as having, extra blankets in your cell or something like that, to, again, more extreme sorts of behaviors such as fighting, rioting, things of that nature. So there's a broad range of different things that people get written up for.
Okay, so once again, 100% of those in your sample had a state expert testify they were in future danger, and 20% of them didn't even get a write-up for things like too many blankets,
Right.
things like that. Was there any pushback against your study after that one was published?
Not in any sort of scientific outlets or publications sort of questioning the results themselves. I have testified about the results of this work in previous cases over the years, and I'm aware that there have been some things written about the study in regards to questioning the validity of what was found in it, just through cross-examination and things of that nature. So there have been some criticisms of it, but I have not seen anything that fundamentally counters that argument that when somebody comes into court and makes those sorts of claims, that if you look at the actual behavior of the individuals going into the future, again, for on average a solid decade, that these are individuals who are committing severe acts of violence, again, that the prison system would classify as violent, or that they're committing, future murders in the prison sort of setting.
And you already mentioned one study that you conducted later with the 350 people across 4 prison systems. Have there been other studies or research that you're aware of or that you've been involved in that would corroborate your findings?
There was a follow-up study published later on by a psychologist named Mark Cunningham. I believe he was the lead author, that looked at predictions in, I believe it was federal capital murder cases primarily. If I'm remembering that correctly, I may not be actually. But it was predictions of future dangerousness and looking at outcomes as it related to the same sort of thing. In that particular instance, Dr. Cunningham was testified, I believe, in all of those cases and offered the opinion that someone did not meet that special issue and was not a future danger. And that study, the outcomes there were relatively similar in terms of then looking into the future. Are those individuals, were they likely to engage in violent behavior in the prison settings? And that again found a very low rate. Those individuals were, getting written up for serious violent acts. And in that study as well, there were not, if I'm recalling correctly, any murders committed by those individuals who were followed up over an extended time period as well.
This might be a good time to talk to the jury if you know about what size population are we talking about in TCDJ?
Sure. So the Texas prison system, the census waxes and wanes over the years, but historically, you're talking about a prison population in Texas, in the state system, not including federal prisons in Texas, of anywhere from 135,000 to 150,000 people. So it's a very, very large system of obviously in terms of, it's basically collectively the size of a small city.
I think anecdotally, television media, we kind of envision that as being just kind of a hotbed of murder. Is that what the statistics actually show?
Uh, uh, the word hotbed is yeah, that I don't want to, I'll just be descriptive. I try to be. So yes, I have seen media headlines, particularly recently about things like the homicide rate in PDCJ, which historically was very low. There were years in the 90s and 80s where there would be very few homicides within the prison system. Over the last decade or so, those numbers have gone up somewhat. I believe the highest number of homicides in recent memory was 20 in 1 year. I believe that was 2023. And again, any homicide is a horrible thing. I'm not in any way trying to trivialize that or minimize that, but that's 20 homicides, again, out of a system that has 135,000 people in it. So you're talking about things that are extremely rare in terms of trying to prevent them. So, it is that type of extreme violence is very uncommon. And as you highlighted, it runs counter to public perceptions about exactly how violent prone, prisons actually are. There was one survey conducted years ago, actually asking people who had served on capital juries about what they thought the likelihood of future murders were among people who were facing capital murder charges. And the estimate was that people thought that there was about a 50-50 chance that somebody would kill again in the future. And that is obviously a very different statistic than 20 out of 135,000 people, in any kind of given year. And again, that 20 was the largest number that I've ever seen. It's been much lower than that in various years in the past.
And then in the sample or the study you did with the 155 inmates who had been testified that they were a future danger, there were 0 murders, correct?
Correct.
And 5% had some type of violence that required more than a first aid.
Yes.
So, based on your research, I guess based on your whole career, have you been able to identify sort of best practices for predicting human behavior for inmates in the incarceration setting?
Yes, I mean, there is a lot of research that has looked at trying to improve on our ability as a field collectively to identify who will and won't engage in violent behavior, both in prisons and outside of prisons as well. And there is a body of knowledge about sort of how to go about trying to forecast those types of issues. And there are known risk factors that can move the needle a little bit in terms of improving our accuracy of trying to make those predictions. So yes, I would say there's a methodology that can be employed that improves on our general ability to try to forecast who would or wouldn't engage in those types of behaviors. Although again, in regards to the more extreme types of violence, such as, again, things resulting in injuries requiring more than first aid, you're talking about an incidence of those things that's relatively small overall in the general prison population. And murders, it's a fraction of that as well, obviously. So anytime you're trying to forecast a very unlikely event, you are likely to make a lot of errors in trying to make that prediction. The example I use oftentimes, like when I teach undergraduate classes in forensic psychology, is when I was, I guess in my early 30s or late 20s, the horrific Columbine shooting happened in the United States, where there was a mass shooting at schools. And very quickly after that, media started talking about profiles of school shooters and the risk factors for who might engage in those types of actions. And the profiles identified characteristics that were, tied to what was known about the Columbine shooters. And it was things like, being socially isolated and bullied, interest in anti-authority sort of music, violent video games, things of that nature. And those things may have been relevant to picking out those individuals. The issue is that lots and lots and lots of teenagers have all those characteristics as well. So if you try to use that profile to identify who's likely to shoot up a school and engage in a mass murder, then you're going to end up making a lot of mistakes. And that's one of the biggest sort of drawbacks to trying to make predictions that somebody will be violent in the future, is that for these extreme forms of violence that we've been talking about, that's a very hard thing to do, because you end up identifying what we call is a lot of false positives, people that you would predict might engage in that behavior, but who ultimately are not ones who would engage in that and were not acting violently at all. So you're fighting an uphill battle if you're trying to predict something that's rare.
Yeah, and just to make sure we're not confused, we're not, when you're doing your studies on violence, predicted violent behavior, we're not limited to murder. We're saying that threshold of anything that would require stitches, anything that would require more than first aid.
Yes, yeah.
You talked about factors that do show some reliability, and then I guess there's ones that have not proven to be better. Can you talk a little bit about the ones that have been used that have not proven to be reliable?
Sure, and I don't think I even listed the ones that do have some relevance. So I'm happy
I was confident you were going to go back and hit those.
Okay. Yeah. So when why when people make incorrect predictions about anything, what are the things that kind of lead to that? One of the big issues that we see is that when practitioners try to determine whether somebody will be violent in the future, and this is, again, a general statement, not specific to prisons necessarily, but applicable there as well, is that you oftentimes see people focusing on what they think are risk factors that make somebody more dangerous, but in reality, research that's investigated that has suggested that those things actually aren't predictive of the outcome that you're interested in. And so the big one that has been my main involvement in the criminal cases that I get involved in historically is the use of antisocial personality disorder as a risk factor. And that is one where, again, the studies that we've published and other research that's been conducted suggest that that diagnosis is just not useful in terms of identifying who's likely to be violent in a prison setting or not. And part of the issue for antisocial personality disorder is that it's, even though only about 3%, 3.5% of men in the general population have that diagnosis based on epidemiological studies, in prison settings, the base rate of that diagnosis has been estimated to be, it depends on the individual study, but roughly 75 to 80% of prison inmates can be diagnosed with that disorder. So it's an extremely common thing that you see, in part because the diagnosis of antisocial personality disorder is based on one's history of having engaged in criminal behavior. So it's a very common thing in those settings, and you're trying to use that to then make a prediction about a relatively rare event, in terms of serious acts of violence in these types of settings. And then even in addition to that, issue of the commonality of it, again, the studies that have looked at, can you use this diagnosis and winnow down the pool of people who will be violent or not in a prison setting? It just does not seem to be able to predict that. So focusing on that, another common risk factor that gets focused on a lot in these clinical determinations is and this one is somewhat counterintuitive, but the offense characteristics in regards to the crime that led to the person being incarcerated. So it's quite interesting that in terms of if you're trying to identify the people going into prison who are likely to be violent or not, and engage in these sorts of infractions, then the crime that got them put into prison is not a great risk factor for figuring out who's more or less likely to engage in those sorts of acts. And so, even though one might expect that there would be a strong relationship between, say, violence in the community and then violence in prison, what we actually know is that in terms of future behavior being predicted by past behavior, what's really much more relevant is somebody's past behavior in a similar sort of setting. So, for example, there have been studies that have been published to suggest that people who have been violent in prisons in the past are more likely to continue to be violent in prison settings. That makes kind of perfect sense. But simply having a history of violence in the free world by itself, not a great indicator that somebody is going to go on and get written up for violent behavior in an institutional setting. And so that context about where are you making this, where is this person going to be and how is that going to impact their behavior is something that is really kind of critical that oftentimes gets ignored.
Okay, let's unpack some of that, because you talked about that personality disorder diagnosis being common in among prison populations, partially because it's relying on the fact that you've been charged with a crime.
Right.
It's kind of a circular logic to say, you're charged with a crime, so you have personality disorder, so you'll be violent in the future.
The diagnosis is not just a history of criminality, and in fact, the diagnostic manual does specify that crime, absent the personality criteria that are listed, is not supposed to be diagnosed as a personality disorder. So there are lots of reasons why somebody may engage in criminal acts. The diagnosis of antisocial personality disorder is not to be made simply because somebody has a history of crime. But most people who get that diagnosis do have that history. So it's not totally circular, but there's a lot of overlap.
So, but you were saying that if maybe 70, 80% of the prison population might qualify for that.
Yes.
But in your study of people who had actually been convicted of capital murder, 5% of them had violence that was above the level of a first aid.
Right. I don't know how many of those individuals had testimony that they had antisocial personality disorder. We didn't have that information available to us, but that is a very common thing that gets brought up in those cases historically, and knowing some of the experts who testified in those cases, I know anecdotally that they tended to rely on that diagnostic category to inform that prediction that somebody would go on to engage in criminal acts of violence.
Now, you said past behavior in an incarceration setting does have some predictive value. Were there other factors that you want to mention?
Yes. So in terms of the prison-specific risk factors that have shown up in multiple studies trying to identify who is likely to engage in future violent acts, the foremost sort of robust factors that tend to show up that can help you move the needle in the direction of is somebody proportionally more or less likely to engage in violent acts. A couple of them are relatively straightforward and also relevant in the real world, but age is, really in most studies the best indicator of the likelihood that somebody will be violent in the future, and that's very clear in prison-based studies as well. Younger inmates going into prison are quite a bit more likely to engage in and be written up for violent and aggressive acts, as well as other types of infractions as well. So that's well established in the field. The other thing that actually is a strong factor is educational attainment. And various studies have found that basically the lower level of educational accomplishment, the Texas prison system, for example, has a test that is used to measure educational sort of accomplishment, the TABE, and I'm forgetting what the acronym stands for at the moment, but it basically measures educational issues, and that is something that is a known risk factor as well. Lower educational accomplishment basically moves the needle in terms of higher levels of risk. And then the other two factors are prison, gang membership is a risk factor that's shown up in multiple sorts of studies that have been done, both prison gang as well as street gang types of. And so if there's a history of that, that also increases the level of risk that someone may experience, may pose to acting out in prison. And I believe that was 3. I'm leaving one out.
And in addition to the behavior in a prison setting before?
Oh, well, yeah, past period of incarceration. So having been in prison before in general, and then especially if there has been violence in that during that incarceration period, that really moves the needle as well.
Okay. Now you talk about that younger age. What are we talking about there? What age do you think?
Well, so in the published research in this area that's looked at it has found that if you group people into age groups, 21 and younger in prison are far and away more likely to engage in violent acts and get written up for that early on during their period of incarceration. And then it's basically a linear relationship. The older you get, the lower the likelihood. The older you are when you go into prison, the lower the likelihood that you're going to engage in a serious sort of violent act. And as you age in prison, the likelihood of violent acts and just general misconduct tends to go down as well.
And when you were talking about lower education, what are we talking about there?
So like having a GED or a high school diploma is generally a positive indication of a lower likelihood of somebody getting written up for a violent act or just misconduct in general.
Okay, and I imagine that gang membership, whether it's outside or inside the prison system, is something that TDCJ and other prison systems are focused in on.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the
Gang
first part.
membership is something that, whether it's you come into a prison having been a member of a gang or you join a gang in the prison, is that something that prison systems try to keep track of for the inmates?
Generally, yes. I mean, that's these are that has usually been something that was coded from institutional files. That person is a known gang member or something like that when they're looking at, again, trying to use this information to forecast who is likely to be violent in the future.
Your Honor, I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Dr. Higgins, let me ask you a couple of questions. Also, as part of your work as a professor, you also frequently testify on behalf of capital murder defendants, do you not?
I have frequently, I actually tallied this up recently. I believe I've testified in roughly, counting this one and including hearings that were not necessarily before a jury, like an appellate issue. I believe I've testified 15 or 16, this may be the 16th time since roughly 2000. So I do not testify, I would say, all that frequently. I've been retained as a consultant in, I believe it was roughly 55 cases to either provide some input about violence risk issues. Many of those are cases that are actually on appeal, so I'm involved with writing affidavits, kind of summarizing a lot of the literature I've been trying to describe to you guys today, putting that in written form as part of appeals that usually are involving raising questions as to whether or not somebody should get a new trial, making an argument as to that because of testimony that lacks scientific kind of a scientific basis as it relates to violence risk. So so about 55 total cases I've been involved in. I think I've testified about 15 times.
And that's all on behalf of capital murder defendants?
They're all on behalf of the defense, except one. Not all of them are capital murder cases, but the majority of them are, yes. And the one case I testified in for the prosecution was not a capital murder case.
And you're not here for free today, are you?
No.
What's the ticket on getting you here today?
In terms of, can you define ticket more? Are you talking about hourly rate or?
What's the, up until today, what's your total bill for up until today in this case?
I believe until today, it would have been, so my hourly rate for this case is $450 an hour. I've actually raised my rates to $550 an hour, but I'd agreed to work on this case prior to that. So that's the billing rate. And I believe it would approach probably around $6,000 or $7,000 total in terms of the hours spent involved in this case at this point.
I'm going to try to go back through some of this stuff here with you. The first thing I want to hit here is that you being the author of the PAIC, is that correct?
CS, yes.
CS, okay. But you're not aware of whether or not that's actually your interpretive report is being used in the TDCJ system.
Correct.
So we need somebody from TDCJ to see if they found that to be relevant in use in the TDCJ system.
Yes. Because they are using, as I said, I know the test itself, which is independent of an interpretive report that gets spat out in relation to somebody's performance, the test itself is used, but I don't know whether or not people are using the interpretive report to make decisions about classification or anything like that, specifically in Texas.
And in this particular case, you were only hired to provide this information and some generalities on prison populations and risk and things of that nature, correct?
Correct.
You talked about in several occasions here about things being a rare event. I think you used that word several times.
Yes.
And let me just ask you, are you aware of the facts of this case?
I have a general knowledge of it, having reviewed several reports that have been performed on Mr. Horner and reviewing some of the background information about the case.
And I think you used the term rare and extreme cases. Did you use that term a minute ago? I think I heard that.
I believe I did, yes.
Okay, and so in this case, would you classify this case being a kidnapping, sexual assault, and murder, a rare and extreme case?
In terms of compared to other capital murder trials, I would say I don't know that I can actually answer that. Compared to just, is that a rare and extreme and unusual event? Yes, absolutely.
I mean, kidnapping as in and of itself is a rarity in the prison system, correct?
But, I'm sorry.
Kidnapping just as in and of itself is a rarity in the Texas prison system.
Yeah, I believe so. I don't know the exact statistics, but I don't think that's a common thing that people are incarcerated for, yes.
And capital murder in and of itself is a rarity in the Texas prison system. Would you agree?
Yes.
And you wouldn't disagree with me that the kidnapping and sexual assault of an individual would not be extreme, would you?
No, that's very extreme.
All right. And then couple that with a murder on top of those together, that would make it even more extreme to you, correct?
Extreme in terms of the severity of what happened. Yes, absolutely.
Now, you talked about, and you went over this study, you said that there was a 2015 study, is that right?
Yes,
Some
that
form of-
was, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
That was some form of behavior study, and you said that was during the first year of prison is when they did that study, is that correct?
Correct. We looked at the diagnosis of antisocial personality disorder, and then we were able to follow those individuals for a year in terms of their subsequent misconduct that was documented by the prison system.
So that study doesn't have anything to do with somebody that's been there 10 years?
It certainly doesn't go beyond that, although we do know that when you look at risk factors for prison violence,
Judge Object is non-responsive.
I'll let him answer. Go ahead.
the point I was simply going to make is that when prisoners do engage in violent and other types of infractions, particularly violent infractions, they tend to occur relatively early in their period of time in institutional settings. So that first year certainly is important, and you can't extrapolate beyond that first year necessarily, but we do know that the likelihood of if somebody has gotten through the first year without a serious violent infraction, that does decrease the odds that later on after that first year, you're going to see them then suddenly start being violent. I mean, it can happen, but it's not as common. But yes, I would love to have in that study 10 or 20-year follow-up data. We didn't have the latitude of doing that.
So the only thing you can offer as to that particular study is it only it applies to someone in their first year of prison?
Yes.
Okay. The second study you talked about, you said it was 155?
Yes.
And those were all individuals on death row?
They were initially placed on death row, yes. Some of them were later removed from death row.
So let's talk about this. Out of the 155 cases that were on death row, what state were these people that you studied, these 155 people on death row?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mention that. Those were all Texas cases.
Okay. So let me ask you this. As far as death row in Texas is not the same as general population, correct?
Correct.
And these individuals that you studied in death row, they are not permitted freedom of movement, are they?
Some of them were because some of the time period that we were investigating was prior to them being moved to the Polunsky unit. So they were kind of overlapping. Part of the time period was at Polunsky and part of it was the time period when actually they theoretically could have access to general population types of settings. And then all the ones who were removed from death row were back in general population.
You'll agree with me that death row is dramatically more restricted in what you have access to than general population.
Absolutely.
And that death row in Texas, the individuals that are on death row are subject to increased scrutiny and searches and guard presence and everything else.
Yes.
And in fact, they are subject to such increased scrutiny that they are not transported from place to place with any other inmates, correct?
You're getting beyond my knowledge of that, but I don't know that for certain, but that does not surprise me in the least.
Okay. And then with regard to death row inmates in Texas, they're not permitted contact visits as the inmates in general population are, correct?
I believe so, yes.
So you took a study of people that were severely restricted in their access to other inmates, and that's the population you based your study on.
That's what part of the study is based on. There were 48 individuals who were actually released from death row, 2 individuals who were actually released, exonerated of their crimes. And we did look at their disciplinary infractions when released back into the general population as well.
So when we're talking about that, you're not talking about a study of people that are in general population in Texas. This is only people that have that, what you're talking about, either partly on death row or not on death row.
No, 48 of those individuals were released back into general population for an average of almost a decade in general population, and 2 of those 48 people actually committed one of those, again, violent acts that was severe enough that it warranted more than just first aid treatment. So those were people in general population.
Let's talk, you mentioned something about there was forecasting when it applies to rare circumstances. You said there were errors and false positives. I think that's what your testimony was.
Yeah, words to that effect, yes.
And what you're talking about here is that in all of this stuff in prediction, you're not able to, with any high degree of certainty, predict whether somebody will or will not commit acts of violence in prison, are you?
You are extremely at risk of making mistakes if you predict that somebody will. However, if you predict that somebody won't, you are absolutely likely to make mistakes in that direction as well. So yes, that can happen.
All right. And so, and for example, I'm betting that you probably have an example in your head and all these studies where you would have indicated they would not have committed any types of criminal violence in prison, and they did, correct?
I have actually rarely offered a specific opinion about somebody's violence risk. My testimony has historically been more so about, are these risk factors relevant to somebody's likelihood of engaging in violent acts? So I do not go into court frequently and offer a specific opinion. In part now because I've retired my license, and that would be essentially engaging in practice, which is why now I serve basically as the role of what we would call teaching expert or a content expert about, well, what do we know about violence risk factors? But I don't offer, even when I was licensed, I didn't go into court and routinely offer opinions as to whether somebody was low, moderate, or high risk.
Let me ask it a different way. There are people, you'll agree with me, that people have predicted, based on your information here, that they would not commit criminal acts of violence in prison that did.
Yes, I'm sure there have been.
And the reverse is also true.
I'm sorry, the reverse being?
Meaning that you predicted they would commit criminal acts of violence, and they didn't.
Are you referring to me specifically or just the general principle?
Well, I mean, you've given us all these generals and generalities and risk factors and these things.
Mm-hmm.
And so my question is, if your risk factors say somebody won't commit criminal acts of violence while they're in the incarceration setting, there's cases where they do.
Yes.
And the reverse is also true, where you've said, we really think this person will commit criminal acts of violence, and they don't.
Yes, yes.
And with regard to your risk factors, two of the risk factors, I think, or potentially three, when it comes to gang membership, require people to already be in the institutional or prison system or have that happen in the past. Isn't that right?
All of those risk factors are past, past indicators of something about their life history or their background, yes.
Well, you said there was the other ones. You said it was their age, education. Am I right so far?
Yes.
And then you talked about a gang involvement in the prison system.
In the prison system, but also gang membership in general. So street gangs, if that is present, that again increases the level of risk for violent acts.
And then you said conduct under prior incarcerations.
Yeah, if somebody has been previously incarcerated and they've been violent in those sorts of settings, that does raise the risk, yes.
And then you also said something about their conduct while they've been in jail. Is that what you said? There's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I apologize. That's the same thing my students say in my lectures. I'm sorry, I completely lost your statement there. Could you repeat that?
I can. You had indicated that somebody's conduct in an incarceration setting is something you listed as a factor.
Yes.
Okay. But are there different incarceration settings for different people who are incarcerated? let me ask you this. Are there certain people that when they're incarcerated, let's say in a county jail or even in prison, that are not allowed other inmate access?
Yes,
And there are certain people that are in what we call seg or segregated custody.
yes.
And so if they're in that, you really can't rely on their behavior in, say, a jail setting if they're not around anybody else.
Right. I mean, that's a great point. The thing that oftentimes gets overlooked in trying to make predictions about what people are going to do in the future is to focus exclusively on them and their past, and not to consider the situation that they're going to be in. So being in the free world, very different than being in the general population. Being in the general population, very different than being in ADSEG, administrative segregation. So the context very much matters in regards to trying to inform your decision about the likelihood that somebody may engage in violent behavior. And not all settings are equally comparable, which is why I was saying that simple history of violent acts in the community, not a good risk factor that somebody specifically will be violent in prison. But the situation that they are housed under and living in, and the sanctions that they may get for whatever misconduct they might engage in are all critical things that go into trying to figure out whether somebody will act out in the future or not.
So you said something curious, and I want to ask you this. You know, to the statement that if someone is violent or extremely violent outside of prison, you said that's not generally a predictor of their violence when they're in prison.
Right.
So somebody who is victimizing other people outside of prison, you're telling us that that's not predictive of them victimizing people in prison.
Essentially, yes.
So your testimony is basically somebody who is extremely violent and has the capacity for extreme violence outside of prison, walks through the prison doors and is now no longer violent.
That's not my opinion. My opinion is that knowing the offense that led to them being put into prison in and of itself doesn't give you a lot of useful information about what is the likelihood that this person moving forward now is somebody who will engage in serious forms of misconduct. Lots of violence that occurs in prison is by violence by individuals who are in for non-violent crimes. And people who have committed violent crimes certainly can go into prison and engage in prison violence in that setting. But knowing that, knowing the characteristics of the offense itself is not useful for trying to, again, figure out who is the person who's more or less at risk. That was the point that I was making. I was not saying that if somebody who has a history of violence goes into prison, then that means that they won't be violent.
It kind of sounds like we don't really know. Is that what you're saying?
Well, we do know about the base rates from the prison system itself, about rates of serious violent behavior, inmate homicides, and generally rule infractions that people may engage in. And as I said before, there are increasing levels of rarity of those things. Some types of misconduct are quite common, and other forms, as you get more severe, become less common. But I do agree that in regards to a prediction about an individual people, there is always going to be the potential for that prediction to be wrong, either in the direction of claiming that somebody will be violent when they won't be in the future, or claiming that somebody won't be violent when in fact they will be.
So what it seems like you're saying is that it's based upon the individual inmate. Is that what you're talking about here?
No, I'm saying that a lot of the risk factors that you would look at in doing a structured assessment are characteristics of the inmate. But as I was saying, and as you pointed out, the circumstances in which somebody is housed, even within a prison setting, is going to have a significant impact on whether or not they are going to act out, have the opportunity to act out violently and or do act out violently. So it's really not just the characteristics of the individual, but those are things that are important to consider.
So let me just go through this here. In prison, and you've done a lot of studies on Texas prison system is what I'm getting from. Is that right?
Yes.
And in the Texas prison system, and I'm just going to talk about an inmate in the Texas prison system here. And their life in the Texas prison system, regardless of where they are, that life is not static, is it?
I'm not quite sure what you mean by static, but there are changes that can happen certainly while somebody is in prison, yes.
Fair enough, let me ask. There are many things in the prison system that the inmate does not control.
Yes,
The inmate does not control where they live.
correct,
The inmate does not control who their roommate is.
correct,
The inmate does not control what type of housing they get.
correct.
Potentially, there are differences, things that change. Texas offers a dorm setting as well as more of the traditional cell setting, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And all of those things change.
Yes, things do change, the innovations, changes to programming access, lots of things can change, yes.
Right. And you'll agree with me that prison in and of itself is a stressful environment. Is that right?
Yes, I believe that is a very fair statement.
You seem to be really confident about that.
I mean, I've worked in county jails, I've been in prisons. I mean, it is definitely a high stress environment. There's lots of employee turnover, things of that nature.
I was going to ask you that as far as the stressful environment, things like the guards change, other inmates change, wardens change, volunteers change.
Yes,
And the inmate in and of themselves is not in control of any of that.
correct.
And each individual inmate, I think in listening to you here, comes with their own, you talked about personality disorders, you talked about some other things, education. They come with their own set of who they are. Is that right?
Sure, yes.
And so if they have a personality disorder, that comes with them.
Yes,
If they have some form of other disorders or mental health conditions, that all comes with them.
yes. Sorry.
And so what I'm going to ask you here is being that this environment is subject to change, sometimes dramatically, and being that it's stressful, that can have an effect on the particular inmate. Would you agree with that?
Sure.
And depending on what their conditions are, or what they walk into prison with, that can affect how they react to certain situations. Would you agree with that?
Yes,
So if an individual inmate, by virtue of whatever their background history, what have you, mental health, all that stuff, if their reaction to that change and stress in prison, if their reaction to that is with violence, you would consider that to be a problem, wouldn't you?
sure.
And if their reaction to that change and stress, their default is to react to violence, you would agree with me that they have more of a probability to commit violence in prison than other inmates.
In general, that's not something that's been thoroughly researched, but issues of impulsivity and poor regulation is something that's been investigated, and that is something that could move the needle again in terms of the likelihood that somebody might act out violently. There's not tons of research on that specifically, but yes.
But if you know on an individual inmate, you've been in the prison system,
Yes,
that their reaction to certain things is to react with violence, you'll agree that their probability to commit violence goes up.
sure.
And individuals that are also in prison, whatever they come with, whatever their package is, right? And I'm going to
Right.
refer to that, kind of who they are,
Sure.
right? Let me just ask you this. You talked about infractions and violations. Is that the terms you used?
Yes, disciplinary infractions or violations of prison order, things of that nature, yeah.
Okay. And I want to get this correct here. There are certain things that go with that. There would be things like if you possess something that you weren't supposed to have.
Yes, that's a type of infraction.
I'm just giving an example. I want to make sure we're clear on what
Sure.
I'm talking about. Obviously, an infraction would be some form of assaultive behavior.
Yes,
up and into including murder, right? That would be a crime, but also a disciplinary infraction,
Yes,
fairly severe.
yes. The special prosecution unit, I'm sure, would take over that case and pursue criminal sanctions, as opposed to the infractions, which are usually adjudicated by a board of people in the prison in terms of meting out punishment. So yes, I mean, obviously very extreme.
And you'll agree with me that, again, I'm going to ask you kind of a similar question. If you have a particular inmate that their reaction to these types of infractions, when they're found with something illegal, or maybe found with drugs, or maybe doesn't have, or what did you say, too many blankets in their cell.
Yeah, this is an example of the many things you can get written up for.
Right. If their reaction, we know their individual reaction to that particular thing is to react with violence, right? You would agree with me that that inmate would have a greater probability of committing violence if in prison.
Yeah, if someone is reacting violently to what sounds like in your hypothetical a minor transgression, then under other circumstances, that person's likelihood of acting out violently, if that is their response, certainly could be higher. Again, you have to consider the circumstance and everything else that goes into it. But yes, that potentially raises the risk of somebody acting out aggressively.
Right. And we would know that about that individual inmate. If that is their default, that's what I'm asking about.
Well, I don't know in your example if we can know that somebody's default to provocation is always to act violently. My experience is that certainly can happen. Most people, even people with severe impulse control problems, can control their behavior under some circumstances. In the example that you're giving, if somebody always lashes out violently to minor provocations, would they be more likely to lash out to more major things where their freedom's being impinged or something like that? Then yes, I think that would be likely to be true. But I believe that example is a fairly extreme one in regards to describing what is typical in terms of behavior patterns in prison.
That's what you're on.
Do you anticipate much redirect?
It's me, Your Honor, I got 5 minutes.
Okay, I'd like, if possible, I'd like to finish with this.
I'll try to keep it under 5.
Not.
Got it, help me out. All right, so real quick, the old study with 155 people, those were all people convicted of capital murder.
Yes,
So those are all murders plus that something extra.
yes.
So that is, statistically, that was a narrow, it's statistically an unlikely charge to be in prison for.
Yes, I mean, the number of people in prison for murder is much, just murder relative to capital murder is much higher. And so capital murder cases are obviously a much smaller subset of those.
But 100% of the people you were looking at in that study fit that category.
Yes, yeah, everyone.
And you said there was a follow-up on that over 10 years?
That was on average the amount of time that they had been tracked in terms of collecting their disciplinary records.
And you do not have to be on death row for TDCJ to put you in more restrictive housing, correct?
That is my understanding of how the classification system works, and I believe I read a deposition or a testimony by a TDCJ official in relation to this case earlier who talked about some of those same issues, that you can definitely change people's status to move to more or less restrictive environments and things of that nature. So that's consistent with what I thought to be true.
Okay. So I understand that's not your area of expertise, but it is your understanding that there are professionals at TDCJ who make those determinations about how someone should be housed.
Oh, yes, absolutely. That's their careers are making those sorts of decisions to try to, engage in risk management and reduce the potential for giving somebody the opportunity to act out violently or have other adjustment problems.
Now, you went into a hypothetical about impulsivity with the state, but it seems to me like would that tend to fall into the category you're talking about how you behaved previously when you were incarcerated and that sort of thing? Would that impulsivity in his extreme example have shown up under that category?
I'm not really sure. I mean, my understanding was I was being asked if somebody always responds with violence to provocations, then in a prison setting, would you expect that person to have a higher likelihood to respond violently in that setting, which is, again, I think an extreme example that no one ever always responds violently to provocations, even with people who have severe impulse control problems. But if somebody did, then that would, I think, increase the risk that somebody might act out in an aggressive way if having a confrontation in a prison setting as well. So I'm not really sure if that answers the question, but at the end of the day, we know there are lots of people in prison with impulse control problems who have a history of violent acts. And again, I believe I said this earlier, if you're talking about doing a risk assessment and trying to decide who's likely to act out violently in the future, there's an old saying in the people who work in this area. There's real estate agents say that the three most important words in selling a house are location, location, and location. Sorry, I'm holding up 4 fingers. And in the violence risk assessment world, one of the most, the kind of thing that people tend to say, the 3 most important words in violence risk assessment are base rate, and base rate. And the reason for that is knowing the rate of whatever it is you're trying to forecast in the future, whether that's suicide in the community or somebody having cancer and whether or not a diagnostic test can identify cancer. You need to know how common something is in the population, which is why I was talking about for the types of acts that you might consider as being relevant to future danger. Those more extreme ones involving actual injury beyond needing first aid and violence are ones that are very rare. And that is rare in a sample of people who have, again, very extensive histories of violence potentially in their background. So, the hypothetical person that was described is kind of extreme, but I would assume that may apply to a lot of people in prison. Again, you have to look at, well, what are the rates of actual violence in this population that you would expect to have a lot of those sorts of risk factors.
Final question. In the Texas prison system, they have mental health professionals who are doing assessments and working with the inmates, correct?
Yes.
That's all.
Mr. Statement,
Nothing further on.
may Dr. Reed be excused by?
No objection from the state.
Dismissal of him?
No objection from the state.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, let's take our morning break. I need to visit with the lawyers for a few minutes, so it may be a little bit longer than what we do. I'll call you back in when we're ready. everyone may be seated. We are ready to proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. And
Yes, Your Honor. I need to make sure my media is working with me instead of against me. Okay. Good morning, how are you? Good better. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Tanner's mother. I'm the defendant's mother.
And I'm gonna ask you again, how are you doing?
I'm in pain, but I'm working through it.
What kind of pain are you having today?
I've had 2 neck surgeries in last year, and the screws have fallen out, and they're working their way down my back as we speak.
Now, Ms. Horner, where were you born?
May 3rd, 1971.
Oh, it's where were you born?
Oh, Fort Worth.
And where were you raised?
Fort Worth.
Did you move around a lot while you were in Fort Worth when you were a child?
Yeah.
How far did you go in school?
Not far at all. It's, I think 9th grade.
Did you like school?
No.
Why didn't you like it?
I had a lot of issues in school, at home.
When you were in school, what kind of grades were you making?
I don't remember that, Susan. I don't.
Okay. Did you ever want to go to college?
Oh, sure. Yes, I did.
And Ms. Horner, you're also very soft-spoken, so if you can try to, and I know you're in some pain, but if you can keep your voice up for us and use the microphone as much as possible, that'll make it easier for the jury to hear what you have to say.
Is that better?
Much.
Okay.
We were talking about you wanting to go to college. Did you ever make it to college?
I did when I got sober in 2014. I did.
And how was that for you?
I did good. I had an essay published in Blueprint.
You had an essay published?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what kind of essay?
It was a simile metaphor, a simile and metaphor essay.
And what was it about?
The oppression of Muslim women.
So where was this essay published?
Oh, in TCC, or it was TCJC at the time.
Is that Tarrant County Community College?
Mm-hmm.
Melissa, when you were a young girl, what did you want to do with your life?
I don't remember having dreams. I didn't have a good childhood.
Your Honor, I'm going to, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Actually, Ms. Horner, I'm going to hand you what has already been admitted into evidence as defense exhibits 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, and 62. And we're going to be using these throughout your testimony, okay?
Okay. Oh, Lord.
Yeah, publish, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
that in state's number 55, or defense exhibit number 55?
That would be me.
And how old were you there?
Maybe 8, 9.
Well, Ms. Warner, I want to talk to you a little bit about your upbringing, okay? Who is your mother?
Jackie Harbison,
What kind of mother was Jackie?
excuse me.
What kind of mother was Jackie?
A very nurturing mother. Not very protective, but nurturing.
Did she ever leave you alone as a child?
Yeah,
And how old were you when she would leave you alone?
not, I mean, what do you mean alone?
Well, if she left you at home by yourself, how did she often leave you at home by yourself?
When she was working, yeah,
And how old were you?
about 6.
About 6?
Mm.
So at the age of 6, she would leave you at home alone?
Yeah.
Did you have any brothers or sisters there with you?
No, not at the time.
Did you have a stepfather or any cousins or relatives to stay with you?
I'm not sure about the age, but like, until my mom got married, I was alone, and then I had 2 step brothers and sisters.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we're back online now, sorry. Okay, so, Ms. Warner, we were talking about your mother. You had said that she was nurturing, but not always. Do you feel that your mother met all of your emotional needs as a child?
I'll let her leave. Go ahead.
And I'll repeat the question. Do you feel that your mother, Jackie, met all of your emotional needs?
She tried. She's very young. She tried. I don't think I did, no. I don't think there were. She turned 16 the day after she had me, so, yeah.
So a child having a child?
Right.
And Ms. Horner, I want to talk to you a little bit about your father. Did your mother and father remain married after having you?
No, ma'am, they didn't.
And how old were you when they divorced?
1 year old.
At some point, did your mother remarry?
Yes.
And how old were you when they remarried?
5 or 6.
Did you like your new stepfather?
No.
Why not?
Um,
Okay, Ms. Horner. Did your stepfather abuse you?
yes.
How did he abuse you?
First time he abused me, they weren't even married. I was 4 when he tried to have sex with me.
And this was before that you got married?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you tell anyone?
Yes, I did.
Who did you tell?
My mother.
Even though you had told your mother that the man she was with at the time had abused you, did she break up with him?
No, she didn't believe me.
Didn't believe you?
I think he told her, because he had put something on a rag to make me pass out. And, she asked him what that smell was, and I think he said it perfume, or he spilled perfume on me and he had to clean it up or something. I don't know what he said. She believed him over me.
And even though he abused you, did they still get married?
Yes, ma'am.
After they married, did the abuse stop?
No, ma'am.
Was the abuse constant through the marriage, or was it at different times?
It was not constant. I think he felt lucky that I didn't die. And he quit for a while.
So during the time that your stepfather was abusing you, did you tell your mother about it?
Yeah. Yeah, I used to put like a note on my door, whoever's coming to my room at night, and please stop.
Did that person stop?
No. No.
At any point, were you able to report this abuse to anyone? Or let me rephrase that, to anyone who believed you?
Well, when I was 14, they sent me to rehab because I was smoking weed. And came out then.
When you got out of rehab, were there any conditions placed upon your household for your release?
Yeah, my mom had to leave Larry. Washington. My mom had to leave my perpetrator.
And that was your stepfather?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
You had mentioned that you had gone to rehab because you were smoking weed. Why were you smoking weed at the time?
I'm not sure. I guess it was helping me.
Helping you what?
I self-medicate. I found a way to escape my own head.
And when you say you found a way to escape your own head, was that because of the abuse?
Yes.
You were sent to rehab when you were 14. How old were you when you first started smoking marijuana?
I guess about 14.
Or were you using any other kinds of drugs?
No, not at the time.
You had mentioned that you had gone to rehab. While you were in the rehab, did you have any counseling related to the sexual abuse?
Yes.
Did that help?
I don't remember. Probably not.
And Ms. Horn, I want to fast forward a little bit. You had mentioned that you had dropped out of school. How old, or that you didn't finish school? How old were you when you dropped out?
That's a lot of weed ago. I don't remember. I just don't. I'm sorry. There's a lot of things I don't remember.
That's okay. That's okay. Were you still a teenager?
Yes.
Without saying what your mother told you,
Mm-hmm.
how did she feel about you dropping out of school?
I don't remember her saying anything.
Well, after you dropped out, how did you earn a living?
Jack in the Box at first, and then Wendy's, and then Sinbad's and Illusions.
What is Sinbad's?
It's a club.
Or what kind of club is that?
A male, topless bar.
So after you dropped out of school, did you start stripping?
Yeah.
How'd you feel about that?
It seemed to fit in with my life pretty perfectly. You know,
I'm sorry?
it seemed to fit in with my life, you know? That's what I think when you're abused at such a young age, it becomes a self-concept, you know, this is what I'm here for. I wish I hadn't. I really wish I hadn't, but I did.
Now, did your mother ever discourage you from working in a strip club?
No, I don't remember that either. She's not a bad mother. I don't want anything bad about my mom.
So how long did you work in the strip clubs?
12 years, till I turned 30.
So if it was 12 years when you turned 30, you were about 17 or 18 when you started?
Yes, ma'am.
When you first started working in the clubs, was it easy for you to go up on that stage?
Oh, no, no.
What did you do to get up the courage to go up there?
Drink heavily.
What did you drink?
Jack and Coke mostly.
At any time, did you have to use drugs in order to go up on the stage?
Yes,
What kind of drugs did you use during that period?
meth.
Meth?
Mm-hmm.
About how old, if you remember, were you when you started using the meth?
I don't know.
At some point, did you start using even heavier drugs than that?
Yes.
What drugs did you start using?
When was this? Just later on?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, I've done everything. I mean, heroin.
Is that your drug of choice?
Yes.
How long have you been using heroin?
It was about 25 years.
When you first started using heroin, how did you use it? Was it snorted? Was it?
Yeah. Yes. A little pill.
I'm sorry?
A little pill, snorted.
And did you ever start shooting heroin?
Yes.
When you started using heroin, how did that make you feel when you took it?
A lot better.
Why do you say that?
Because I have a movie that plays in my head every day. Every day, without fail. And it gets rid of it. Excuse me, I'm so sorry.
You're fine, Miss Horner, you're fine. The movie that you said that is playing in your head, what kind of movie is it? Is it a comedy, a romance, a horror film? What kind of movie is it?
It's my past. It's my abuse. It plays in my head every day.
Does the heroin take that away?
Yes, it does.
Is that why you still use it?
I'm on methadone now.
You're on methadone now?
Yeah.
Ms. Horner, I want to talk to you a little bit about your own personal mental health struggles, okay?
Okay.
Have you ever been diagnosed with a mental illness?
Bipolar disorder and schizoaffective.
Have you ever been diagnosed with PTSD?
Yes.
Have you ever been diagnosed with ADHD?
No.
When did you start having mental health issues?
I wasn't even aware I had them till they told me I did.
Who was they?
The doctors,
Why did you go see doctors?
because I was at my wit's end, and I wanted to die
Why did you want to die?
because I can't do nothing right.
Ms. Warner, when you went to go see the doctors and they diagnosed you with bipolar and schizoaffective, were you also prescribed any medications?
Of course.
Did they help?
They seemed to for a while, but I don't believe in medicine like that.
Did the medications, well, let me ask it this way. For you and in your opinion, which helped you more? The medications that the doctors prescribed or the drugs that you were taking?
I'm not sure. I didn't really give the dummy drugs a try, a chance, you know. I really didn't. I didn't give it a chance.
Well, Ms. Warner, you had stated that you felt that you were at your wit's end and that you couldn't do anything right. Did you ever attempt to take your own life?
Yes,
How did you do that?
with heroin.
Did you have, was it an intentional overdose?
Yeah. Yes.
And what happened after you had this overdose?
They I don't know. I was out, but I woke up in the hospital and left.
Do you recall how old you were at the time?
No, ma'am, I do not. I don't remember. I'm really terrible at dates, ages. Sorry.
Was it before or after Tanner was born?
After.
Let's talk about Tanner for a moment, okay?
Sure.
Tanner's your son, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Who's his father?
Terry Horner.
Was Terry Horner your husband as well?
Yes, he was.
Now, Ms. Horner, how did you two meet?
In the bar I was working at, Sinbad at the time.
Do you recall how old you were?
17,
Did you recall how old he was?
29.
Tell the jury about the night that you and Terry met. What was that like?
The first night we met, he raped me. There.
That night, did he ever hit you?
Yes, he did.
Tell me about that. What happened?
Well, he asked me to go back to his room and do a line, and I said, okay. And I went, and he was trying to fill me up. I said, no, and he knocked me out and made me do what he wanted.
Now, in spite of the beating and the rape, did you still continue to see Terry?
Yes, I did. I married him.
So even though he beat you and raped you the first night that y'all met, you still fell in love with him?
It wasn't love, but yeah, I married him.
Well, why do you say it wasn't love?
I mean, it goes back to what I thought I was about.
Well, how old were you when you married Terry Warner?
19.
You told us that he had abused you before you got married. Did that abuse stop once you became his wife?
It stopped after the first night. I mean, he never hit me again until when I decided to leave him.
When you and Terry were married, did you ever do drugs together?
Oh yeah,
Of what kind?
meth.
And how often would y'all do drugs?
Not much, not too many times. We had rent to pay.
Did you and Terry ever separate?
Once,
Did you ever divorce?
once.
Oh, are you officially divorced from him?
Yes, no,
Are you still married to Terry Foreman?
yes, I am. He's deceased,
I was just about to ask that.
posthumously married.
What happened to Terry?
He got killed by a lady on a motorcycle
When did that happen?
2 years ago.
Did that happen while Tanner was still in jail?
Yes.
I want to talk to you a little bit about your life before Terry and before your pregnancy with Tanner. Had you been pregnant before your pregnancy with Tanner?
Mm-mm.
Had you ever been pregnant? Was Tanner your first pregnancy?
No, he wasn't.
How many times before had you been pregnant?
Is there anything I can refuse to answer?
You want to rephrase?
I'll move on.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's talk about your pregnancy with Tanner, okay?
Okay, thank you.
When you became pregnant with Tanner, were you still dancing?
Yes, I was.
And when you became pregnant with Tanner, were you still drinking alcohol?
Till I found out I was pregnant.
How far-
But by that time, I was already like 8.5 weeks.
So you didn't find out you were pregnant until about 8.5 weeks in?
Yes, ma'am.
And during that 8.5 weeks, you drank on a regular basis?
Yes, I was.
How often would you drink?
I drank pretty heavily. Enough to get cirrhosis.
You currently have cirrhosis?
Yes, I do.
Once you learned that you were pregnant, did you stop drinking?
Yes.
And why did you stop drinking when you found out?
Because I wanted my baby to be healthy.
And before learning you were pregnant, did you smoke cigarettes?
Yes.
After you discovered you were pregnant with Tanner, did you stop smoking cigarettes?
No.
What about marijuana? Did you continue to smoke marijuana throughout your pregnancy?
You know, I did a little bit because I was throwing up every day, and it helped.
It helped with the morning sickness?
It really did. And I hate to say that, but I did.
Before learning that you were pregnant with Tanner, did you continue to use other drugs?
No.
So at the time that you found out you were pregnant, you were just smoking marijuana and drinking?
Oh, no. Before I found out I was pregnant,
So during that about 8 to 9 week period?
yeah, I was doing everything.
And what do you mean by everything?
I mean, anything I can get my hands on. I mean, I didn't go out looking for it, but it was always coming into the club. And, it's not a good lifestyle. It's not. But I did try to stop whenever I found out I was pregnant.
Once you found out that you were pregnant with Tanner, did you continue to work at the club?
But I mean, just for like a couple more weeks.
And I totally forgot to ask, but is Tanner your firstborn?
Yes,
Do you have any other children?
yes.
When was that child born? Not his birth date, but how long after Tanner was your second child?
10
born?
years.
So they're 10 years apart?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so let's talk about the birth of Tanner. Were you able to carry him to term?
Past term.
Past term, how late was it?
It's like, he was 3 weeks and we still had to use Pitocin because an induce. He wasn't coming out. He set up shop.
How long were you in labor the night that he was born?
Wow, I think it was a little over 3 weeks. And then, no, it was difficult pregnancy.
When he actually decided to be born, were there any complications during that period?
Well, yeah, he had gotten so big. I mean, I have a long torso, so I think that's why he had a lot of room to grow, but he had gotten so big that he ruptured, not ruptured, but tore a little leak in my sac, so I was leaking water. I went to the hospital and they sent me home. We'll come back in whenever. So then they had to keep him for 2 days because the infection that he said he probably had because of that. He had a hard time coming out, so they put this thing on his head to pull him out. Not forceps. It was like a,
Like a suction cup?
yeah, kind of like that. Mm-hmm.
All right, so after Tanner was born and he's cleaned up, he's wrapped up in his blanket and put in your arms, what were your first thoughts when you looked down into his face?
He looks like his dad. Yeah.
Were you happy to be a mom?
Yeah. I was happy to have my kids.
And why were you so happy to be a mother?
It just changed everything from, it wasn't about just me anymore.
Where were you living at the time that Tanner was born?
White settlement.
Were you living with Terry? Were you living with your mother? Who were you living with?
With Terry, in White settlement.
How long after you came home from the hospital with Terry? Well, let me ask it this way. Did he stay around? Did Terry stay around?
Yeah, he did.
How long?
Couldn't get him to leave.
I'm sorry?
I couldn't get him to leave and get a job or anything.
At some point, though, you two separated and broke up. How long after Tanner had been born did y'all break up?
2 years. 2 years.
You had mentioned before, and you told the jury that before you had found out that you were pregnant, you were doing drugs, but then had quit the drugs when you found out you were pregnant. After Tanner was born, were you able to stay sober?
I've never been able to stay sober. I mean, it's just the truth.
Oh, how old was Tanner when he started using again?
This is embarrassing. It really is.
I'm sorry.
Probably about 2.
What made you go back to using?
I don't know.
When you went back, were you using the same kind of drugs, the heroin and the meth and the
I
marijuana?
hadn't started heroin.
You hadn't started
Yeah,
heroin
no.
yet? So was it just the meth and the marijuana and the drinking?
Yes. Cocaine.
Did your drug use increase over time?
Yes.
Were you able to keep a job?
No.
And do you think that was because of the drugs?
Yes.
Had you ever lost a job because of your drug use?
No. I could never keep a job. I think my bipolar has a lot to do with it. I don't know why I can't. I just,
With, you had mentioned that you had gone back to using drugs when Tanner was 2 years old. Do you know if he ever saw you using drugs?
yeah, he did.
Tell me about that.
It was sad. I nodded out one time on the toilet. I mean, I was just like, I wasn't using the bathroom or anything. I had done what I was doing. And I just nodded out. And Tanner came in. He was just a little guy. And he thought I was dead. And he went in there and he told Mama's dead. And
How'd that make you feel?
terrible. It's terrible.
Do you think your drug use at that time affected your ability to be a mother to Tanner?
There were several times when I knew I was out of control.
Have you ever been arrested because of your drug use?
Yes.
What were you arrested for?
Drugs, prostitution. There's about no violent crimes. I've never victimized anybody.
You mentioned that you were arrested for prostitution. How many times have you been arrested for that?
I don't remember. Quite a few.
Did you ever go to prison behind any of the drug charges?
Yes, I did.
Before going to prison, were you offered the ability to do any sort of rehab?
Yeah, Judge, I went to Azle and Judge Carr put me in the Green Light Ministries. I piloted that program, actually.
I'm sorry?
I piloted that program. And it was for women with mental health issues that want to get out of that way of life.
So tell me more about that. What was Green Light about? What was it like?
It gave you a foothold and tried to get you started on a clean life. It was really a good program.
Did you complete the program?
No, I fell in love again and I quit.
While you were at the program, was that an inpatient or an outpatient?
It was residential. Mhm.
Were you able to have Tanner there with you?
Yes, well, he visited there
Where was he living when you were at Green Light Ministries?
in Lake Worth, Lakeside.
And who was he living with?
My mom.
Were there any other rehab facilities that you went to?
Nexus. First Choice. I went to all of them.
So let's talk about First Choice. When you were with at First Choice, was that a residential program as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to bring Tanner with you?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, was your other child born?
The first time he wasn't, the second time he was.
And I want to show you what has been admitted as Defense Exhibit 56. Where was this taken?
At Nexus.
At the Nexus? And who are the people in the photo?
Me standing up, my grandmother, Mary, sitting down on the left, and Tanner is between me and my mother.
And so that's your mother on the right?
Right. Jackie.
Ms. Warner, were you ever able to, in spite of all the times that you went to rehab, were you ever able to stay clean?
Sporadic times,
Sporadically?
yeah. I always wanted to. I had the want to, but just couldn't do it.
What do you think kept you from being successful and staying clean?
I'm hard-headed, and I really am. And I don't take suggestions like I should. I need to go get some help and take a pill that they want me to take, but I have a hard time doing that.
When you were at these rehab facilities, you had said that Tanner stayed with your mother.
Some of them, sometimes he went with me.
How was your mom as a grandmother?
We better asking Tanner that.
Well, from what you could see, was she a good grandma?
Yes.
She loved Tanner?
She spoiled him. I mean, both of them were just spoiled rotten.
And even though you were in these rehab facilities, did you still try to be present as a parent in Tanner's life?
Absolutely.
How did you do that?
I mean, if I wasn't there, I always made sure they had insurance and, had stuff. I always wanted them to be taken care of because, I wasn't taken care of as a child very well. And where I wasn't, I always wanted them to be.
And that was with your mom?
She was just really young.
So for the times that you were able to spend with Tanner and your other son, and when you were able to stay clean, did you enjoy being a mom?
Yeah, absolutely.
What was your favorite part about being a mother?
Like going to the park with my kids and hacky sack and frisbee.
Melissa, Ms. Warner, I'm sorry. I want to show you what has been offered as Defense Exhibit 57. Who is this?
It's me and Tanner.
Do you know how old he was in this picture?
About one or two.
Let's look at Defense Exhibit number 58. Who is that?
That's Tanner.
Do you know how old he is in this picture?
About 3.
Defense Exhibit number 59. Who is this?
Tanner.
And about how old is he in this picture?
Really, about 7.
And what about Defense Exhibit number 60? Is that also Tanner?
Yes.
You know about how old he is there?
13.
Now, we have defense exhibit number 61. Can you describe what's going on in this picture?
I'm giving him sugars, and my other son is watching.
You mentioned your other son. Was Tanner excited to be a big brother?
Was Tanner? I
Yeah.
don't know. I think he was a little jealous, actually.
As most big brothers and big siblings are.
Yeah.
I was lucky enough to be the baby, so.
Yeah.
We talked about your rehab, we talked about your drug use, we talked about your mental health. I want to talk to you a little bit about your physical health. You had said that you had the neck surgery, but other than that, has your drug use caused you to have any other medical problems?
Cirrhosis, for sure. Yeah.
Were you, anything else? Have you recently been in the hospital for anything? Or have you had to go to the hospital for an extended period of time?
Yeah, because of my neck. I was in there for 7 weeks.
Because of the drug use, have you had to go to the hospital over the years to be treated for things?
I don't remember that. No.
Have you ever left the hospital against medical advice?
Oh, yeah.
Why is that?
Probably because of pain management.
Tell me more about that. What do you mean you left the hospital because of pain management?
Well, you know how they are with opioids, and they don't, that's what helps my pain. And they have a thing about that now.
When you left the hospital against medical advice, was it to go get opioids?
Yes.
And by opioids, do you mean heroin?
Yes.
Do you know about how many times you left the hospital in order to get heroin?
Just like once, I think.
And Ms. Horner, I want to switch gears again, and I want to talk a little bit about Tanner as a child, okay? And please, I know that you're in pain. Let me know when you need a break, okay?
Okay.
When Tanner was a child, did you ever notice anything about him that made you feel that he was, I don't know, different from other children?
Yes. Yes.
What kinds of things did you notice?
He didn't get along with, he wanted to get along with people, but they just weren't interested in having conversations with him. Having him around, it was sad to watch. Very sad. They didn't like him at all.
How old was he when you first started to notice these things?
Probably when he started school.
Did any of this cause you any concern?
Oh, so sad to watch.
What types of things would you see?
I mean, he wouldn't say things like they did. He didn't talk the way they did. And it isn't like I could hear what they're saying, but you can tell by looking at their faces, they're like, he didn't know how to talk to them the way.
Did you see him having this trouble with other people? How did it make you feel when you saw your son having such difficulty interacting with children his own age?
I wanted to go get him help, see what's wrong.
Did you go get him help?
Yes, I did.
Or what did you do?
I took him over here to the Child Study Center, and I think they rigorously tested him for about 6 weeks, I think. And
After they tested him, were they able to come up with a diagnosis?
Asperger's syndrome.
Did he have any other medical diagnoses during his childhood?
Well, they would call it, they kept telling me it was ADHD, but it wasn't. They're always trying to treat him for something he didn't have. And the medicine would always change him and make him something he wasn't.
With the diagnoses that he received, did you try to get Tanner services?
Yeah.
What kind of services did you try to get?
Well, because he was struggling in school, and I didn't want him to leave like I did. And I would go to art meetings, and we set up a classroom, the classroom to where it was more of a learning experience for him.
Were you able to get him any Social Security benefits?
Yes.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
we were talking about Tanner's diagnoses. One of those diagnoses that you had mentioned was Asperger's. Did you ever see Tanner have any, I guess what I mean is meltdowns, when he was younger?
Yes.
How often did these meltdowns occur?
It would depend on whether he could get his point across.
Mm-hmm.
He was having trouble communicating.
Were the meltdowns his way of communicating?
No, when he couldn't communicate. It was just my personal feeling. When he was having trouble communicating, he would melt down.
Let's talk some more about these meltdowns. When did you first notice Tanner having these meltdowns?
Well, I thought they were temper tantrums first, but it got so much more violent. He would
I'm sorry, go ahead.
he would like punch himself in the head real hard.
Oh, he said he punched himself in the head. Do you know if he ever punched himself out or lost consciousness because of that?
Seems like he would, but no, he didn't.
When he had these meltdowns, he said that he felt that it was his frustration with not being able to communicate. When he had the meltdowns and got angry, did he direct the anger towards anyone else, or was it always directed at himself?
I'm sure it was just himself, really.
Did you ever see him direct his anger at
He
anyone?
never tried to hit anybody.
Did he ever try to hit you?
No,
Did you ever see him try to hit his grandmother?
no,
Did you ever see him hit a wall?
yeah,
What would he hit the wall with?
his fist.
Would he ever break things?
Yes,
But you never saw him exhibit anger towards yourself.
no, not really.
At what age did he begin hitting himself in the head?
That was after he was getting bullied in school.
I'm sorry?
When he started getting bullied in school,
Tanner was bullied while he was in school?
oh, terribly.
Did you ever see any of the bullying happen?
No, I would want to go up there and save him, but he would never let me. He would never let me go up there. He said I would make it worse, but no, I wanted to.
What kind of bullying did you see happen?
I didn't see it.
Your Honor, she just stated she didn't see it herself.
Did you see Tanner get bullied at any time?
Not at school. His grandfather did sometimes.
You saw his grandfather bully him?
I saw his grandfather bully him sometimes.
So let's talk about his grandfather. Who was his grandfather?
Bill Harbison,
And he was married to your mother, Jackie?
yes. Can I refrain from using names, please?
How about we call him grandfather?
Okay,
Is that okay?
yes.
Okay. How long were your mother and second stepfather married?
30 years.
At any time did you and Tanner live with them?
The majority. Mhm.
Or when you say the majority, what do you mean by the majority?
The majority of Tanner's life,
The majority of Tanner's life?
yes.
How did you, or why did you move in with your mother and stepfather?
When I left Terry, I was scared
Why were you scared?
because his dad stopped me for a long time, and I got scared, and I moved in there because I was watched better.
So you were afraid that your husband would hurt you? But you said he stalked you. How did he stalk you?
He would sit across the street from my work and like follow me home and stuff like that.
Did you fear for your safety?
Well, yeah,
Did you fear for Tanner's safety?
no, not at that time.
Did did you think that Terry would ever hurt Tanner?
No,
Was he a good father?
he loved his dad. His dad loved him.
Was his father able to be there for him throughout his life?
Sometimes,
When Terry wasn't able to be there for Tanner, typically where was he?
I don't know.
Do you know if he ever went to prison?
Yes,
How often or how many times did Terry go to prison?
twice.
Do you recall for how long?
No,
When you went to go live with your mother and your stepfather, you brought Tanner with you, is that right?
yes, I did.
How'd that go over with your mom and stepfather? Did they like having you there?
Yeah, they did, actually.
Did you have a good relationship with your mother at the time?
Well, I was doing my own thing. And I really did it because I was having support with him. It was hard trying to do it on my own.
Is it difficult being a single mom?
Absolutely.
And were you doing the best you could?
Yes, but I could have done a lot better. I know that.
Someone once said that it takes a village. Is that what you found with your mother and stepfather?
Yes.
So let's talk about your relationship with your stepfather.
Which one?
With the most recent one.
Okay.
When you were living with your mother and the stepfather, when
Okay.
Tanner was born. Is it okay if I call him Mr. Harbison? Without using first names?
Just, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, and whatever makes you more comfortable, I will address him whichever way.
Go ahead.
Okay. With, how was your relationship with Mr. Harbison?
He was, well, he was a Vietnam veteran. He's very gung-ho and he very disciplined. And I wasn't.
How old were you at the time that you moved in?
Well, when him and my mom got together, at first I was 17.
And then when you moved back in with Tanner, how old were you?
Probably about 20, 21.
Did you and your mother's husband ever get into any arguments?
Oh yeah, it was a lot of them.
Did any of them ever happen in front of Tanner?
Yeah, several.
Now, when we're talking about arguments, are we talking about disagreements or full-on yelling matches?
I mean, we would yell, but I'm not proud of anything I did. I'm not. I wear my shame like a badge now.
Well, did any of the arguments that you had with your mother's husband, did they ever turn physical?
Yes. Yeah, he did. He ripped my other son out of my arms one time, and couldn't believe he did that.
How old was he at the time?
Me?
Your son, when that happened?
The other one?
Yes.
I think he was like three or four.
Did any of these physical fights ever happen in front of Tanner?
Yeah, I mean, one time, well, just that one, I think Tanner had already grown up, and I mean, I had never really had anybody take up for me before, you know. And Tanner's a pretty big guy, you know. Then he was growing, and Bill tackled me in the front yard. And he started to put his fingers in my eyes like that because he was mad at me. And he wasn't going to do that. But all of a sudden, I feel, and Bill is pretty stout, and I feel him just get lifted off of me. I looked up at Tanner and picked him up and picked him up off of me. I was like, wow. I have somebody taking up for me, but yeah, that's something Tanner shouldn't have seen as a child either. But
Now, what about the relationship between your stepfather and Tanner? How was that?
I think Tanner kind of worships him. Really liked him a lot, but Bill was mean to me.
What do you mean by mean? How was Bill mean to him?
That would be something you don't need to ask my mom. She knows more about that, so I'm gonna let my mom answer that.
Did you ever witness any of it?
No, not really.
Melissa, are you a grandmother?
Yes, I am.
How many grandchildren do you have?
Just one.
And who is that? Well, we're not gonna say names.
Yeah, please.
Is it a granddaughter or grandson?
Grandson,
How old's your grandson?
almost 4. Where's 4?
Who is the father of your grandson?
Tanner.
Were you around when Tanner learned that he was gonna be a father?
Yes.
How did he react when he learned that he was gonna be a dad?
He was very excited.
And were you around when your grandson was born?
Yeah, I was around.
How did Tanner react when his son was born?
He's just happy. I mean, everybody is, you know. Their babies are born.
Based on your observations of Tanner and his son, did he look like he enjoyed being a father?
He was a new father, you know. He'd never had a kid before, so he was scared. It scared him, you know. And he was scared.
What do you mean by scared?
Like one day he goes, "Mom, please come. I need you to take the baby for a little bit." He was scared, I think, of hurting the baby.
Did you watch Tanner and your grandson together often?
No, I didn't get to see him very much because all this happened.
Were there times when you did get to spend with your grandson?
I got to spend a few days with him.
Your Honor, I'd like to publish what has been admitted as defense exhibit number, I believe it was 58. 54, I'm sorry. Defense exhibit number 54.
All right.
Good boy. Good boy. Yeah.
Melissa, what do we just see a picture or video of?
His first steps.
Was that you also in the video?
Yes. I think Cassie was taking the picture.
Who is Cassie?
Sorry. His ex-girlfriend.
Were Tanner and Cassie living together when this video was taken?
Yes.
At any time did Tanner and Cassie live in the same house with you or at the same residence as you and your mom?
Behind the residence. Yes.
Did you have the opportunity to observe the relationship?
Not really. No.
Or
He
did
was
you ever
working
come-
most of the time. He was working most of the time. And she had the baby, or the mom did.
Now, leading up to November the 30th of 2022, do you know whether Cassie and Tanner had been having any problems in the relationship?
Oh yeah, Tanner, before that, not long before that, actually, Tanner came up to me almost in tears. He said, "Ma, I don't know what to do. She's spending my money faster than I can make it."
Did, without going into what Tanner may have said, did he have other concerns about the relationship?
Not really. I mean, he wanted them to be together, you know, but he didn't want. I don't think he felt like he could keep up with it, with the whole thing.
Yeah, you've known Tanner all of his life. Did the issues with Cassie and the finances, based on your observations, did that appear to cause him distress or stress?
Yes, he had finally found a girl to stay with, you know, that would stay with him. And he really wanted to keep her, you know. He was treated pretty bad.
Ms. Horner, I want to talk to you about the incident itself, the reason why we are here today. You understand that your son has pled guilty to kidnapping and killing Athena Strand, right?
Yes.
And you know some of the facts and information surrounding what may have occurred during the incident. Is that right? Knowing that he pled guilty to this, are you angry with him?
I'm so mad at him. I want to just tear his ass out.
And
She's just a baby.
Ms. Horner, in spite of everything that you know about this case, do you still love your son?
Of course I love my son. I don't love who did that though. I don't know who that was.
Okay, Ms. Your Honor.
You okay? Do you need to take a few minutes?
I think go bathroom just for a second.
No, it's not gonna be in the room. in February of last year, 2025, you were in the hospital, correct?
Yes, it was.
And at that time, did Ms. Anderson, the defense attorney, and myself do what's called a deposition, where we ask you some questions, kind of like we're doing here in the court?
Yes,
You remember that, right?
yes.
And so I just want to tell you, I kind of know you a little bit more than just from what you've said here today, because we spent several hours talking at that time, correct?
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to kind of try to just quickly go through a few things. You had a difficult childhood that you described for the jury here. And there came a point where you needed a place to go, right?
Yes.
When you separated from Sarah.
Yes.
And where did you go?
To my mom's.
And that was home for you, correct?
Yeah.
And from the point that you went to your mom's, when you separated from Carrie, when Hannah was 2 years old, was that Hannah's home, essentially, from that point forward?
Well, I dragged him in and out. I took him to several residential facilities, trying to get it right. I really did try.
And I understand that. You always knew, he always knew, that that was his home where he could go back to, right?
Yes.
And when you lost your sobriety at times where you would go off on your own and leave, where would Tanner be?
At home
Okay. And home was where?
with my mom,
Okay. And who else?
Bill.
Okay. And did Tanner have a name for your mom and for Bill?
Mimi and Papa.
And when we talked before in February of 2025, you said that Papa was a good Papa to them.
Yeah.
Tell us the kind of things that made him a good Papa.
Well, he showed discipline, took him fishing.
Did you teach him how to do things?
As far as I know, yeah.
Mow the lawn, things like that?
Yeah.
Did he have expectations of him and of Tanner and your other son as well?
Yes.
And there were rules in the house that they had to follow.
Yes.
And your mom, was she a good and a loving provider for those boys?
Yes.
And knowing that, that they had a safe and good place to live, did that make you feel better about everything?
Yes, we did.
And did you always feel that Tanner and your other son, I won't call them by name, but that they were safe there with Mimi and Papa?
Yes.
And that Mimi and Papa were going to provide them with the support that they needed, even if you weren't in the picture.
Right.
Is that right?
Right.
And then there would be times where you would come home as well, right?
Right.
And how would things change when that happened?
Well, I would be, sorry I was gone, and once again I was gone, and I'm almost sorry, and Bill would give me the talk, and.
But were you essentially welcomed back into the family?
Sure.
And
Well, they know I was a good mother. They knew when I was around, I was a good mother.
did you love your sons?
Absolutely.
Right. But as far as their schooling and whatever benefits that they might be receiving, who was the person handling those kind of things for the most part?
Me.
You?
Me.
Okay. So who would be handling it when you were not there?
Now, my mother, I would get the insurance for them because my mother was working at the time. She couldn't. And me and the boys were staying behind, so in the back. So it would work out like that.
And with regard to the time that all this went down, you were living there. Bill had passed away some time ago, correct?
Yeah.
Papa.
About 4 years ago.
Papa had passed away. When was that?
About 4 years ago.
And, after that, were you living there, with your mom in the house?
Yes,
And was your other son also in the house?
yes. Could we not talk about him, please?
I'm not gonna.
He doesn't want me to talk about him.
Okay, I understand. But as far as the people that were living in the house, it was the three of you. And where was Tanner living?
In the back.
And do you call that the shed, what do you call that? Bedroom?
Pigsty.
Oh, big side?
Yeah.
Why do you call it big side?
Because he doesn't know how to clean it. Terrible cleaner.
But has, over the years, that place has been cleaned and then made dirty again?
Yeah.
cleaned
I mean,
again?
I would go back there and do what I could, but it would get so trashed so fast. So I don't know.
Understood. So let's talk about Tanner and his, what the things that he did. Was Tanner, did he graduate from high school?
Yes.
Was he into music?
Oh, yeah. That's his thing.
Did he play musical instruments?
Yeah, he plays everything.
Guitar?
Yeah, if he picks up an instrument, he can master it.
Does he sing?
No,
Does he try to sing?
he tries to sing.
Did he play keyboard?
Yeah.
Does he mix his own music on the computer?
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Does he play a lot of video games?
No.
So he had interests similar to other people, correct?
Right.
Now let's talk about, in high school, did he participate in, the wrestling team?
Yes, he did.
Did you go and watch him do that?
Yeah, I went once or twice.
When he was little, did he play in little league games, things like that?
Yes, he did.
So he was able to be on a team and participate, just like other kids, correct?
Well, I mean, he tried.
Well, he was part of the team, right?
Yeah, it didn't last long though, but he tried. And I always told him, as long as you try.
And, when they did the practice for the bands, did they do it often at your house or back at Tanner's room behind
My neighbors didn't like that too much, so they had to do it somewhere else. Cause my neighbors didn't like that.
But Tanner was a part of several different bands, do you agree?
Yes.
So in that respect, he was working with other young men, same age as himself or around that age, is that
So
right?
they got
Did you ever,
freaked out on me.
did you ever express any concerns other than just the loudness of the music about what was going on back there during the band practice?
What was going on back? I don't know what was going on back there. I don't.
Let me ask you, I want to talk to you about this particular case. I'm not gonna, I want you to know, understand your life situation is not made easy, and I know this is not made easier. But I want to ask you what your understanding is of what happened in this case.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance?
Could you say that again, please?
What is your understanding of what happened in this case?
At first or after, right now?
Well, let's talk about it at first.
Well, at first I believed in what my son told me.
And what did he tell you?
That he had backed into a little girl. He panicked and strangled her.
And so you said at first I believed that, and now do you believe something different?
Yes, I do.
And have you been watching the live streams of the
Don't get me thrown in jail.
What was that?
Am I gonna go to jail for that? No. Yes, I have.
Okay. You're not in trouble. I'm just asking if you had the ability to watch the trial.
Yes, I have.
So now that you've seen those things, what is your understanding about what happened?
I don't know what to say. I'm so sorry.
I'll pass it.
Read right. Read right.
Your Honor, I don't think
This witness be excused.
so. No, thank
You don't have to keep excusing. I'm already to go to hospital, so can we finish?
We're done, we're done, we're done.
Okay, thank you.
Who do you have next?
We have, Dottie.
Okay. Is she back here or out there?
I believe she is in the back. I will check. Yes, thank you. Dottie.
Hey, please, man.
Oh, okay. Yeah, better.
Okay, raise your right hand. Solemnly swear to affirm testimony given this cause and the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Okay. There's a rule of evidence in this case, says you can't be in court unless you testify. And once you have testified, don't discuss your testimony with anybody else except the Lord. Okay? If you would tell the court reporter his first name and spell it.
Dottie.
Ms. Anderson.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dottie. How are you doing?
Okay.
Dottie, if you will just introduce yourself to the jury, and we agree that there will be no last names here, but if you'll just let them know your name, please.
Dottie.
Dottie, how are you related to Tanner Horner?
It's my brother's son's son, so that would be my brother's grandson.
Does that make you his great aunt?
Yeah, I'm his great aunt.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about your family, okay? You said that Tanner is your brother's grandson.
Mhm.
Who is your brother?
Elmer Horner.
And obviously Elmer had some kids.
Yeah, yes,
And one of those children was the father of Tanner Horner.
yes.
What was his name?
Terry Lynn.
Right. I want to talk a little bit about Terry. Now, you said that Terry is your nephew?
Yes,
Okay, and his parents were Elmer Horner, and who was his mother?
Shirley.
Shirley, okay.
No, Janet.
Janet, okay. So let's talk a little bit about Elmer and Janet. Did Elmer and Janet stay married?
His sister was 9 months old when they got separated.
When they divorced, where did Terry go?
Terry was pushed here, yonder, and yay. He had no home.
He had no home? So did he, after the divorce, who did he go live with?
To start with, my mother, she had all three of them. I took one of the girls, my mother kept the 9-month-old baby, and Terry went with my other sister for a little while, and he ended up in Ohio with his daddy and stepmother for a short period.
It sounds like Terry and his siblings got shuffled around a lot.
Well, Terry was the only one that really got shuffled, because I kept Shauna, his sister, for years and sent her to school with my oldest daughter.
Now, Dottie, based upon what you observed of Terry's childhood, did he appear to have a very stable one?
Not hardly,
And why do you say that?
because he never had a home. At one time, after he got grown, he was living in his sister's backyard in a building, storage building.
Do you know if he ever had instances where he was homeless?
Oh, yeah. But I couldn't take him in at that time because of the drugs. I didn't trust,
Tell me more about that. What about the drugs?
I just know he was on drugs and ended up in prison several times. And that was what it was about, was the drugs.
Now, before Terry went to prison, do you know if he had any kids?
I
Other than
think he
Tanner?
had several, and I never really got to meet them all. I'd see one or two here or there, but everybody, it was a big joke in the family of how many kids Terry had.
And as we know, Tanner Horner was one of Terry's children, right?
Mhm.
How old was, do you recall how old Tanner was when Terry went to prison?
I really don't remember how old he was. I know he was just a baby, and I don't remember how many years because Terry was in prison several times for drugs, and the last time, I know Tanner was 4 or 5 years old when he got out.
Well, let's talk about when Terry got out of prison. When Terry got out of prison, where did he go live?
My mother's,
And what is your mother's first name?
Ethel.
So when Terry was released, he went to live with Ethel. Was there anyone else living with her at the time?
No, just,
Was there anyone else that was taking care of her at the time?
she had home health aid, and my daughter would go and take care of her too.
Did you ever go and spend time with your mom?
Oh, yes, every day nearly.
When, did you have the opportunity to interact and get to know Terry at all when he was living with your mother?
Oh, yeah.
When Terry was living with your mother, did Tanner ever come visit?
Every weekend. Every weekend.
How was that? Was Terry happy to have him over there?
Oh, yes, he was very happy. And Tanner was, he was running around and up and down and everything, into everything.
Well, how would your mother,
My mother didn't want me saying nothing to him because I was wanting, calm down.
And we're talking about Tanner, not
Tanner,
right?
yeah.
Well, Donnie, let me ask you, did your mom like having her son and
Her
your
grandson,
grandson
yes.
and great-grandson over there?
Oh, yes.
So let's talk about some of these visits. You said that Tanner was into everything. What did that look like around the house?
He was a ringtail tutor, into everything, jumping up and down on beds and I couldn't stand it. My mother wanted me to just be quiet. He's just here on weekends. You know, she didn't want me saying nothing to him.
Do you know or recall how old Tanner was when he would come over?
I really can't remember. I know he was 4 or 5 years old. He was just a little thing.
And at that time, he was just a whirling dervish,
Yeah,
or I think Tasmanian devil. How's that?
yeah, something.
You said that he was into anything or into everything, but what kind of things would Tanner do when he was at your mother's house?
I wasn't there all the time, but when I was there, he was just, you know, he'd run and jump and get into this and a normal, but the jumping up and down, and he would ignore it. You know, Terry would try to say something to him. I think it was because I was there.
Well, that kind of brought me to my next question. Was anybody able to control his behavior?
Not that I seen.
So did he listen to Terry?
Did he want?
Did he listen to Terry? Did he mind him?
Well, at that time, I felt like he wasn't. He did stop doing things, but he's going right back into it.
Would he mind your mother?
Mother didn't get on to him when I was there. I think because she wanted me to keep quiet with him.
Did he mind you when you tried to talk to him?
He would look at me, and, you know, he was kind of scared because I wasn't there all the time. I'd just come by for an hour or two when I got off work.
How long did Terry stay with your mother?
I'm not for sure. He would probably still been there but the apartment house she lived in, they had to put her in a hotel because they had to jackhammer her floor up for plumbing problems. And I think he went then to stay with his cousin, Bert. I can't remember. I think they're cousins. Yeah, they're cousins.
It sounds to me like Terry and Ethel had a very good relationship.
Oh, my mother wrote him every day. He was in prison every day. She loved her kids, grandkids, and great grandkids.
And how long did these visits with between Terry and Tanner last? I mean, for not how long was each visit, but did he come and stay with Terry every weekend?
Every weekend. He was coming every weekend.
Did those visits ever stop?
Yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry. I just don't know how to shut it off. How long I'm sorry.
I can ask the question again. How long did Terry live with Ethel?
I'm not for sure how long, but as long as, you know, she was there. And I guess then is when Bert said he could come out there.
And did Tanner go every weekend that he lived with Ethel?
Oh, yeah.
Did the visits between Terry and Tanner ever stop?
Not while he lived there. Well, one weekend, yes, because the mother wouldn't, we understood it was, she wanted Terry to go with her to buy drugs, and he didn't want to, and they got into a big deal, and she wouldn't let him have him for a week or so.
Based upon what you observed between Terry and Tanner, did Terry appear to love his son?
Oh, yes, yes. I know that he did. He really did.
What makes you say that?
Because of the way he acted with him. You know, when I said something about him jumping up and down on the bed, the way Terry got him to stop, you know, instead of, you know, I would have swatted him, but not Terry, not with the, you know, he really cared and knew that he'd been gone out of his life and he wanted to be back in his life. I really think he was just a very small baby when he went to prison.
And based on your observations and your interactions with Terry and Tanner, do you feel that that Terry was, trying to turn his life around and take care of his son?
Yes, I do.
Was he able to do that?
No, he wasn't.
Okay. You have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused subject to any potential recall.
No objections.
No objections, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. I need to visit with the lawyers for a few minutes.